Welcome, Biswajit. Welcome to this session. Welcome to the session, Netik.
सब चला गया, सब रिकवर कर रहे हैं। कल उनको मिला ही लैपटॉप।
Welcome, Vivek.
Hi.
Welcome to this session, Prashant.
Good morning, Shubh.
Welcome to the session, Sonali. Welcome, Prashant. Welcome, Shahid. Guys, we are waiting for other participants to join. After that, we'll start soon. We'll start immediately after that. Once all the participants are there.
Hello, all. I'm audible.
Yes.
Thanks.
Hello and welcome everyone. I am Shubh Parmar, your host for today's webinar. My team and I are here to make sure you have a seamless and engaging experience. If you have any questions or need assistance, feel free to use the chat window. We are here to help. So the topic for today is prepare security and compliance to support Microsoft 365 Copilot. This webinar is hosted by the ATC community, a hub for enthusiasts passionate about cloud technologies, AI, machine learning, LOT, open source development, and DevOps. Today's event is sponsored by Synergetics and Microsoft. Before we dive into today's session, let me take a moment to introduce Synergetics and Microsoft. Synergetics is a leading edge learning solution provider in India, offering specialized training and consulting services. We empower businesses and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by delivering transformative learning experiences. Our core focus is on enabling digital transformation through innovative skilling programs, advisory services, and end to end implementation support. From modernizing IT frameworks to mastering emerging technologies like AI, cloud computing, and DevOps, Synergetics is committed to equipping you with the tools and knowledge to succeed. These are the Synergetics learning solutions, which is persona-based onboarding add-on, certification, certification add-on, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales, pre-sales training, practice playbook, and architecting. These are the learning solutions which are offered by Synergetics. If you want to know more about this skilling journey, you can connect with us. The, this is the Microsoft certification skilling journey. The journey begins with the fundamental certification, then progresses to advanced role based certifications, and finally to expert level certifications. We run communities on Meetup. This is the emerging technology community. Anyone who are eager to learn about technological knowledge, can join this community on Meetup. We have multiple communities in Pune, Gujarat, Nagpur, Indore. Those who are interested to join this community, please log into Meetup app and gain your knowledge for free. Introducing our speaker, we are thrilled to have Komal Sharma as our today's speaker. Komal Sharma is a certified Microsoft trainer and a consultant at Synergetics. She brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in AI and cloud technologies. The agenda for today's webinar is to implement Microsoft 365 Copilot, manage secure user access in Microsoft 365, manage permissions, roles, and role groups in Microsoft 365, deploy Microsoft 365 apps for enterprise, implement Microsoft Purview data loss prevention, implement sensitivity labels, manage Microsoft 365 Copilot extensibility. This is the learning plan which includes one day webinar, which is one day webinar, self learning plan, mentoring and exam prep sessions, and knowledge assessment. If you want to know more about this, please connect with us. We are providing a complimentary learning achievement badge for MS-4002, which includes an overview of the module topics which are related to this webinar. You can share the badge on your LinkedIn and Twitter profile. To get the badge activated, you just need to follow certain steps and redeem the badges. The steps are on your screen. The link will also be shared in the chat box. You have to follow the code of conduct, which will create a respectful environment for all the participants. Please note participants are not allowed to take screenshot of the presentation and cannot do screen recording. This is Advantage India Skilling, an AI NSI initiative by Microsoft aimed at empowering the future with AI skills at scale. It highlights key focus areas such as data and AI, Office 365 Copilot, GitHub Copilot, prompt engineering, and security. The initiative emphasizes the role of AI in skill development and digital transformation. Anyone who is interested to join these sessions, please connect with us. And anyone who wants to organize these exclusive sessions in your organizations or colleges, please do let us know as the sessions are absolutely free. Your journey matters as you explore, learn, and grow. We encourage you to share your learning experience with us about how this training helped you in your career. How to share, you can look at the screen, the steps. Write a post about your learning experience and tag us on LinkedIn. Record a short video sharing key takeaways from a skilling session. Get featured in our AI Skilling Success Showcase on LinkedIn. The best stories will be highlighted across our social media platforms and community events. Technology is advancing at an unprecedented pace, with artificial intelligence driving this transformation. To help us all stay ahead and upskill, Microsoft is launching an exciting initiative, AI Skills Fest. More than just an event, AI Skills Fest is a movement and opportunity to learn, grow, and make history together. From April 8 to May 28, 2025, this campaign will offer immersive learning sessions, hands on experience, and thrilling challenges, equipping you with cutting edge AI skills. Don't miss out on this incredible journey. Do follow us on our social media platforms to get relevant updates on upcoming webinars, workshops, certification training we do. The links will be shared in the chat box. Thank you for listening to me. Now we'll hand over the mic to our speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Shub. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I welcome you all for the session. Let me share my screen. Oh, here, okay, so I hope my screen is visible. I'm loud and clear.
Yes.
Okay. So today we are going to understand that how we can prepare security and compliance to support Microsoft 365 Copilot. So this course is designed to help administrators and admin professionals to understand and implement the necessary and required security and compliance measure for Microsoft 365 Copilot. So the learning path include different modules that covers key aspects such as how you are okay let so how you are able to implement Microsoft 365 Copilot, where you will be discussing different tasks like completing prerequisite, preparing data for such as assigning Copilot licenses for your user, and extend Copilot. We will discuss different features like conditional access policies, multi-factor authentication, and self-service password management using role and role groups in Microsoft 365 permission model that also include role management and the best practices. This course also cover implementing the productivity suite in both user-driven and centralized deployment. As admin, how you can protect your sensitive data and define proactive actions such as DLP policies, right? applying administrative permissions, creating, configuring, and publishing the label. And this course also cover how you can manage Copilot agent and creating and monitoring the connectors. So myself, Komal Sharma, I'm the instructor of this session. I'm Microsoft certified trainer and I'm having more than a 50 year of experience as a trainer and software consultant. And I'm exploring Copilot and working with Copilot, Microsoft 365, Copilot with business application, Copilot for sales, Copilot for customer service applications, right? Copilot for security. So I'm exploring my capability with Copilot from last 2 years, right? I have different certifications in my hand. So I have done expert level of certification for Microsoft 365 services, Microsoft Power Platform, and Microsoft Security Services. Now you must be having a question that why you should go with this course, why this course is very important. As when your organization is planning to start with Microsoft 365 Copilot capability, right? So as every organization wants to have the advantage of AI, right? And Microsoft 365 Copilot brings that capability, right? So when you are implementing using Microsoft 365 Copilot in your environment, it is very important to implement the necessary security and compliance measure for Microsoft 365 Copilot. As Microsoft 365 Copilot access some sensitive organization data, such as your users in the organization, they are working with different Microsoft 365 application. They are using Outlook, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Teams chat, right? So they are accessing some sensitive information. They must have received any email that contains some important document, sensitive information, confidential documents. And users are using Copilot capability with that application for summarizing the mail, for attaching a document, summarizing the document, and creating totally a new content out of the document which is already there in your environment. So it is very important to ensure that robust security measures are going to help and protect this data from unauthorized access and potential breach. Many organizations they must adhere to strict regulatory requirement. Implementing compliance measure, it ensures that use of Microsoft 365 Copilot it align with these regulations, avoiding legal and financial penalties. By prioritizing your security and compliance, organization can maintain the trust of their customers, partners, and stakeholders. And this trust is very important when you are trying to build and sustain long-term relationship. And advanced security measures, it is surely going to help protect against cyber threats such as phishing attack, malware, and data leak. And this proactive measure, right? This approach is surely going to minimize the risk of any potential damage to the organization reputation. As proper security and compliance configuration, it ensures that Microsoft 365 Copilot operates efficiently and effectively. Implementing these measures align with responsible AI practices and ensure that AI tools like Microsoft 365 Copilot are used ethically and safely. So before moving ahead, I just want you all to give you a quick introduction. You can use chat and please type like if you are already working with Copilot or anyone who is totally new to Copilot and AI. So please type if you are totally new to AI and Copilot or already if you know at least the basic or fundamental of Copilot, please mention that. It would be a really great help for me to take this session ahead. So please take 1 minute and quickly type in chat. Okay, that's great. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much, everyone, for giving me input. Okay, let's move ahead. So no worries if you're new to AI or Copilot. This session is surely going to help you out to understand the Microsoft 365 Copilot capability and how you can make sure that your environment is totally secure, right? So I hope you all know that nowadays every organization they wanted to have AI, right, in their environment, right? And I hope everyone know at least about the basic capability of artificial intelligence, and especially after the introduction of Gen AI. It is taking the creativity to the next level. As these Gen AI, it is based on the pre-trained model that is based on large data set, right? And it is helping you to create totally a new content, a personalized content. Like you would be able to create a new document, creating images, video, and even the 3D models. So Microsoft 365 Copilot, it's an AI powered productivity tool. It includes different tasks that can help users to be more productive, right? As we all must be agree that when we are working, there are so much time, like almost like 50% of time we are spending on administrative tasks and the documentation work, right? Like for example, I'm a trainer, right? My core job is what? To provide the training. But it's not like that only training I'm doing. There are so many tasks I have to do. For example, um, uh, preparing the timesheet. Like I have to enter what I'm doing in a day. What are the activity I have done, right? Preparing PPTs for my session, preparing some content, working with case studies to share with my participants, creating assignments, right? Pre-test, post-test, right? So I have so many administrative and documentation tasks that I have to do. Let's say if I have an assistant which is going to help me out to work for these administrative tasks, that is again very important. I cannot say that it is a useless task or very time spent task. No, this is again very important because when I'm a trainer, it is very important to be ready with my PPT that I can share during my training session, preparing the training assignments, preparing the assessments, right? This is again the part of my core job. I cannot skip that. So let's say I have an assistant who is helping me out and preparing these stuff within a minute. I just have to review, I just have to cross check and confirm that okay, this is fine and I can use it during my training session or I can share these documents to my participants. Now here Copilot comes in picture. That is going to help me out to prepare these content, the personalized content as per the requirement of every specific session, content required by my participants, by my client, and I'm able to create the personalized content for them. Every training is having a different agenda to be covered. So I need to prepare my PPT, my document according to the same. So in my organization, I have Microsoft 365 Copilot license that I am using for these type of administrative tasks, these type of non-training tasks. As a salesperson, your core job is what? To create lead, dealing with your customer, build relationship, right? But apart from that, you have different other tasks to perform. You have CRM applications, you have like ERP application, you have to enter some data, update some documents, creating PPTs, summarizing the email, having communication with your customers over the email, attending the meetings, summarizing the meeting, preparing the notes, right? So they can use Microsoft 365 Copilot capability to summarize the email within a minute. Immediately have a look that if customer is you have a meeting set up with your customer and you do not have enough time to go through the past communication you have done. So you can ask Copilot, hey, can you please summarize all the communication chat that is done with this customer? So you have all the prepare information and detailed information about the client you are going to have a meeting or communicate with. Now, every time when you are communicating with Copilot, like as when I'm asking Copilot to prepare any content, create a draft, right? Prepare the reply for any email. So every time I'm allowing Copilot to have access of my data, which is there in my OneDrive, which is there in my Outlook, which is there in my Teams, SharePoint. So we have to make sure that the data that a user is using or Copilot is accessing that information that is totally secure. And it should make sure that the information a user is asking for is is that user is an authorized user to work with that file? Is user is allowed to make any changes in the file? What type of permission level that user is having, right? So as a administrator, you have to make sure, you have to ensure that when you are starting with Copilot, it meets all the prerequisite. Let's say your organization is excited to roll out Microsoft 365 Copilot across the organization. So the very first step is to plan, ensure that all the prerequisites are met. Then your organization then plan to establish Copilot Center of Excellence to develop implementation policies, provide training, monitor the usage, and continuously improve its Microsoft 365 Copilot deployment. Let's say your organization has already implemented some data protection policies in Microsoft 365 environment, which Microsoft 365 Copilot automatically uses. And your organization wants to empower their staff to use Microsoft 365 Copilot to help complete their task faster, collaborate more efficiently, and unlock their productivity. So when your organization wants to get ready for Microsoft 365, these are the prerequisite for the same, as you must be having Microsoft 365 applications, like organization must be assigned Microsoft 365 E3 or E5 license, or um, there is other business premium license, business standard license, and all user must be having access to all Microsoft 365 application like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, SharePoint, right? Make sure that OneDrive is enabled as Microsoft 365 Copilot It integrates with enterprise OneDrive account and it enable user to collaborate on the content. So you should consider provisioning of 1 TB OneDrive to every user. Every employee using Microsoft 365 Copilot must have an Entra account to authenticate. As even in your organization must have provided you a user account, ID and password that you are using to access your organization resources, and to access that you need to authenticate yourself, right? And this makes sure that all users are going to sign in using Entra credentials. Okay, and there must be some authentication method which is applicable on you, like let's say you have to go with multi-factor authentication. Okay, then users can use Teams desktop or web application to enable Microsoft 365 Copilot with Teams chat, meetings, and other channels. User's device must be either on current channel or monthly enterprise channel to access Microsoft 365 Copilot features. These are the best practices to launch Microsoft 365 Copilot. Make sure all the users have access to cloud-based Microsoft 365 license. Users who are going to work with Copilot license, a proper training must be provided. How they can write a best prompt, correct prompt to um, have the better utilization of Copilot. What are the different use cases they can start working with Copilot? What are the different application they can use Copilot capability? Right? So end user organization must ensure that all the user understand Microsoft 365 capability. You need to prepare help desk team that is familiar with AI. Doing so, it result better customer support, right? And early training of help desk personnel. So like it is going to help them invested in successful Copilot, Microsoft 365 Copilot adoption. And when your help desk team understand Microsoft 365 Copilot, they can answer questions, they can troubleshoot the issue of other users and guide customer more efficiently. As your organization prepare to enable Microsoft 365 Copilot, it is very crucial to properly govern your organization's SharePoint data to ensure that Copilot results are appropriate, accurate, and compliant. Understanding the significance of content governance in SharePoint when using Copilot, it begins with knowing how Copilot works through different components like large language model, Microsoft 365 productivity application, and content in Microsoft Graph. So large language model, that is a very important component of Microsoft 365 Copilot, as these AI models are based on large data set. These are already pre-trained model, which is again using natural language. Means as a user, we are able to interact with Copilot in the language we are already using in our day-to-day conversation. Like, I'm a trainer of this session, and if you have any query, any question, you can communicate with me, the language you know, and I'm able to answer you in the language you understand. It is just like you are putting your query and question in a chat during this training session, and I'm able to answer you. Similarly, the same experience you can have with Copilot. Just write your query and question with Copilot, and Copilot is going to give you a response accordingly. So this is only working out with the help of natural language, large natural language processing, and large language models. And Microsoft Graph is like a connective tissues, which is going to bring out all the information related to the user prompt, like the email conversation related to the people, location, um, the file, the documents, any team conversations, right? So when a user makes any request to Copilot, it processes the request using large language model, and it then generate the response with LLM by using content from Microsoft Graph and web content. And content in Microsoft Graph includes email, files, meeting, chat, calendars, and contacts. So when you share document with others, these documents become data stored on SharePoint site, document library, and OneDrive. And these documents can be a Word document which is shared by a colleague, a presentation that you are working on, meeting recordings, project note that you have created in OneNote, and much more. And to ensure assistance provided by Copilot, it is appropriate, it is accurate and compliant. It is very important for organization to ensure that their SharePoint data is appropriately governed from the different aspect, like managed content sprawl means it occurs when a digital content accumulate without proper management across different storage location in an organization. And this situation leads to difficulties accessing information, higher storage expenses, security, and compliance complexity. Copilot analyze the data which is stored in SharePoint and OneDrive site to give you the insight and automate tasks across your organization. Confidential data from content in SharePoint and OneDrive can populate in Copilot's generated insight. And effective lifecycle management not only ensure that governance and enhance collaboration, but also it optimizes storage and maintain data integrity. Microsoft help organization address their data governance, right? And with the help of Microsoft SharePoint Premium license. Whether your organization is preparing for Copilot deployment or managing content post implementation, SharePoint advanced management capability. It can prevent content sprawl, streamline access management for SharePoint and OneDrive, and analyze usage pattern through comprehensive reporting. So the first step is to minimize accidental content oversharing with Copilot result. It is crucial to implement the best practices, right? So make sure that the site that is containing some crucial content, end user must not be able to search that content with the help of Copilot. Second step is to clean up unused site to manage content sprawl means there must be many sites that is not in use. So your organization can manage by running inactive SharePoint site policy feature from SharePoint Advanced Management. And this policy enable organization to reduce their governance footprint and improve Copilot response quality. Now, the third step is to identify sites with potentially overshared content. So when you don't look at the actual content on site, how can you quickly identify sites with potential overshared content? Right? Of course, like when you have to find something, you have to search for something and things is not managed. It is very difficult to search. It is really going to take much time. It's better to get rid of the content, right? Which is overshared, and make sure that content is only accessible by the authorized user or the related user. So you have to look for the usage of everyone except external user, or usage of people in your organization, or usage of anyone sharing link. So any site with these type of usage are at greater risk. Why? Because your SharePoint site content is shared to everyone in the, even not, okay, I'm not saying that you have mentioned that except external user, but see, even in your organization your content is shared. Why to overshare the content? Only the group or the related user must be having access of the data, right? And in, even in any link that you are sharing with the access capability of people in your organization, that is again all the user in your organization is having access to that link. It again comes in the category of oversharing. And of course, if the link is configured with the setting anyone, it means anyone internal or external user can access your stuff. So site with these type of uses are really on greater risk. And with the help of SharePoint Advanced Management, you can ensure that confidential data in SharePoint and OneDrive is securely handled and accessed, and it is only accessible by the authorized users. Then you can block download policy for SharePoint and OneDrive site. That is again going to help you out to manage the content, plus the conditional access policies for SharePoint and OneDrive content. Then the next step is to control access to the content. You can restrict access control for SharePoint. You can prevent some sites and content from being discovered at site level. You can restrict access control for OneDrive. You can limit access to shared content of users OneDrive to only people in a security group. And then you can take proactive measure on business critical site. So for business critical site, you should take proactive measure to ensure that the content is appropriately shared and access to content is really limited to minimum level. And then you can prepare your data for search in Microsoft 365 Copilot. So when your organization is preparing for Microsoft 365 Copilot, you must get your information ready for search. For example, if your organization is already establishing the right information access control and policy, then your user only have access to the information they need and nothing else as they search in place like SharePoint. So if your organization already has implemented these type of control, then you are one step ahead. If not, the good news is that these are the tools and control that you can use to get visibility into how your organization share the information. You can put automated control in place just to ensure that right level of access and stop oversharing before you are going to roll out the Microsoft 365 Copilot. There are some data preparation tips I would like to share, like you need to perform some audit on all the organization content, right? Remove any outdated material that are no longer accurate or relevant. So you can uh, configure the retention policies. Make sure that data which is not in use, it should be deleted after, let's say, 5 years. For example, the organization, let's say they are dealing with different customers, some contract, some policies, and that contract is only for 5 years. So make sure that all the related information is deleted after the 5 year or after the time is over. Why to keep it unnecessary using that storage, right? You can tag file with keywords, make use of labels, hashtags, right? You, for example, you can label customer support ticket with refund or payment issue or maybe other issue tag. You can add the product attribute like, let's say, model number, market, and manufacturing year as a metadata. You can organize the content into logical folders and site. It is going to structure your organization data, files, email, and pages. You can consolidate multiple version. You can retain only final version of document and presentation. So find old any file, any which is consolidated to only retain the most current version of the file. And final version should clearly indicate that it's the latest one. You can promote data hygiene habits. You can implement organization-wide training and change management to promote good data hygiene habits among the employee. You can provide guidance to the users, how they can give the proper naming to the file, tagging the content, retaining only the current version, deleting stale emails and the content and other practices. You can set up the policy for the emails that after 2 years, all the emails will be deleted. Then there are some data governance best practices. You can implement Microsoft SharePoint Advanced Management Tool, right? Assign a data that is to oversee preparation and continue maintaining the quality of the same. Document your data policies and practices which is related to Microsoft 365 and Microsoft 365 Copilot utilization. There are some data governance policies. There are some rules for the same, like for restricted data, right? Employee training requirement, monitoring practices, and so on. So organizations should keep in mind that while initial audits, access restrictions, and governance policies are very important, when first they are deploying Microsoft 365 and Microsoft 365 Copilot. They should view data governance uh, as a continuous process. Why? Because data asset and usage pattern it evolve over the times. For example, organization they are going to add new data repository as business need changes. So your new repository require auditing and proper access control put in place. Many organizations they have concern that their user overshare their internal and personal information. How many of you must be agree with me? Can you raise your hand that you are agree that yes, user overshare their personal information and internal information? How many of you are agree? That may be knowingly and unknowingly, right? Maybe you are allowed to access the email and your content from your personal device, let's say your laptop or let's say your mobile. Have you ever observed that we have a practice to open the email or the document from your personal device, right? So this is what your document is automatically download to your personal machine, right? And here, when your personal device is shared among your family member or friends, there is a higher risk that your data can be compromised. And to address these concerns, Microsoft provide powerful security tool with its Microsoft 365 and Azure ecosystem. And these tools going to help organization with some permission that you are going to implement. That is just enough access. How many of you know about the zero trust principle of Microsoft? Anyone? What is a zero trust principle? No one? So zero trust principle says that do not trust anyone. So when you are not going to trust anyone, how you are going to work? So Microsoft says that do not trust anyone but verify everything. So when it comes to verification, how you are going to verify? Anyone? How you are going to verify yourself? Through asset, through password. Okay. Anything else? Certificates, MFA, trusted network, trusted device, role based policy. Very good. So the trust principle, it says that you need to verify yourself. In the verification process, it comes to authentication and authorization. So where first you are going to authenticate yourself by providing the user ID and the password. You are going to verify not only the password, there are other method of authentication like multi-factor authentication, where maybe you are using one-time passcode, OTP that is sent to your mobile text message, maybe your authenticated app that you are going to use. You are going to verify your account and you are able to access the information. Then the authorization. Though you are able to authenticate, but are you really authorized to access that? If yes, how long? And what piece of information you are able to access? Right? And for how long? And what is the device you are able to use? What is the time you are able to use? It all comes into the authenticate or authorization, right? And then coming to least privilege or just in time access, that make sure that user is only provided access for the right time for the right resources, right? And then assume breach. Assume breach, that says that as we are trying our level best to make sure that environment is safe. Same time, don't you think that attackers are very smart and they are also trying their level best to use the attack technique that you cannot fail, right? And they can easily enter in your environment and can hack your system. Okay. So here you can make the segments, you can make the group of users, you can make administrative units, right? So these tools are going to help organization to tighten the permissions and implement just enough access. And the policy and setting that administrator define in these tools are used not only by Microsoft 365 and Azure to prevent data oversharing, but also by Microsoft 365 Copilot. So you are using MFA, you are using conditional access policies. That is, of course, going to work and affect Microsoft 365 Copilot. So administrator, they should verify their data, their organization security best practices as they relate to permissions, sensitive labels, and data access, so that they can prevent oversharing of properties. There are DLP policies that make sure that you are able to prevent user to lose their data outside the organization or to unauthorized users. So Microsoft recommend that just enough access approach to address this situation. And this approach, each user can access only the specific information required for that job. Though you have option to write prompt and ask query with a copilot, but keep it in your mind that you are only able to access the information or you're able to prepare the content that you have access for or you are authorized for the same. So to prevent oversharing, organizations should consider some best practices to implement that. As an admin, you can conduct and access reviews for sites, documents, emails, and other content. So you can identify if there is any asset which is overexposed. Using the example in previous term, like you can restrict some site access. Let's say you have a SharePoint site created that is only for finance group. So make sure only the member who are part of finance group are able to access the content. You can make the group based policies. You can make the condition access policies where you can add the group of users only they are able to access the particular applications. You can validate that restricting access does not impact any user, right? Surveys and interviews user of restricted access to confirm that they still have access to all necessary information. It's not like from the organization side, like you are admin and you have made strict policies. And what is the impact of end user? Is it like, is it they are really productive now? Or they are struggling very hard to access the information they really require? So you have to conduct some surveys, some question, and just ask with your user whether they are able to access the information they are looking for, right? And they are able to access the data that which is really required. Maybe there are some policies which is blocking user to access the content they are allowed to access, right? You need to perform searches on sampling of the documents, sites, email as different internal roles. Confirm, like you have finance staff, they cannot access HR data. You need to validate cross department team retain access to shared project resources. Let's say you have restricted finance to access HR data, but there may be some documents that is shared by finance users and HR user. There may be some documents, some site which should be accessible to all the user in your organization, but some user are really struggling to access that. As you have SharePoint Advanced Management, it includes different tools to help organization prevent oversharing. That include data access, like how you're going to work with reports, restricted access control for SharePoint and OneDrive, site access reviews, restricted content delivery, and so on. There was a question, I think, related to, yeah, SharePoint Advanced Management. Okay, so Mustaq, to get your SharePoint Advanced Management tool, you need to have Microsoft 365 subscription, and that includes SharePoint Premium, right? I hope I could give you answer, Mushtaq. So here, you have to verify that your organization has all the required license for SharePoint Premium, and it include Microsoft SharePoint Advanced Management add-on. Okay, you have E5. Yeah, What happened? Abasi, anything wrong? Okay. So yes, it is available in E5. Any other question, friends? If you have any other query, please feel free to put it into the chat. Let me just go through if there is any question I need to answer. Copilot chat versus Copilot. Can you elaborate your question? Because as per my understanding, you are asking about Copilot chat capability. So Copilot chat you can get anywhere, like with of course your Bing.com. That is a free chat capability option available with Copilot. And Copilot in overall, it's a AI powered tool. And it is also like the Gen AI, where you are able to interact with Copilot to create a new content. Why Microsoft has enabled Copilot Chat to bring out the AI capability, right? So Microsoft, as every organization, they want to have the capability of AI in their organization. So that's why Microsoft has enabled Copilot Chat, right? So you can have the Copilot Chat with Bing.com, right? But there is no option to turn it off. Okay, so you do not want to use this Copilot option? Okay, I will let you know if you can how you can disable this option. Okay, so actually there is a from your organization side there is a setting they can disable this option for all the users. By default, it is accessible to all the user, but from your organization side, from the admin center, it can be disabled. And one more thing, Ayush, like if you do not have Microsoft 365 in license available for Copilot, your data that you are accessing from Copilot, it is again outside the boundary of your organization. So even your data is totally secure. So do not need to be worried about the security and privacy. Okay, so from the admin side, how you can do that, I will share you the steps. Give me a minute, I'm just sharing the steps. So I have shared the steps like how you can turn off Copilot Child for end user that you can do in admin center. You can follow the steps. For this, you have MS-4002 exam. By this, it is MS-4002. There is a, you do not need to register for the exam, but there is a assessment you can give. Okay. So the related detail I will share you by the end of the session. Whatever the course link assessment link. I will be sharing you all the detail. So Ayush, I have given answer to your question. Nilesh, I have given answer to your question. Yes, you can find overshared. Okay, okay, you do not have the SharePoint uh, advanced management tool. Okay, so Raghu Prasad, if you do not have the license, so what I'm assuming that you do not have the access of the same. So if you do not have, you can find overshared content with a few methods, like you can use search queries, okay, and you can also see the OneDrive sharing reports. Okay, so in OneDrive, you can get the reports where you can identify the overshare content. Okay, and you have some PowerShell command that you can use to manage sharing setting, and you can find out if there is any overshare content available in the organization. For example, you can hide the everyone except external user. Okay. And there are some method available in SharePoint and OneDrive Admin Center where you can restrict user to share the content outside the organization. So Raghu, I have shared you some tips how you can do that without SharePoint Advanced Management Tool. Any other question that is not answered? Okay. So let's move ahead. Feel free to put any query or question in the chat. Okay, now let's move ahead. So as Microsoft 365 Copilot, it is available as an add-on. So organization that is already using Microsoft 365 license, M365 license, and this plan is enabled, they can use Microsoft 365 Copilot as an add-on license. So for using accessing Microsoft 365 Copilot, that already this Microsoft 365 E3 or E5 license is assigned to your user. As I have already shared you the prerequisite, that user must be having active account in Entra, right? So let me take you to the license page. So please have a look of this link. Okay, so as a eligible plan, you must be having E3, E5, Office 365 E3 or E5, and Microsoft 365 A3, A5, Office 365 A3, A5, Business Standard or Business Premium. Okay, so once your organization has all the prerequisite and all the permissions are assigned, you can assign Microsoft 365 Copilot license to your user. You can also assign the license from Microsoft 365 Copilot setup wizard, or you can do it from the admin center. Okay, so from admin center, like let me take you to my admin center for Microsoft 365. This is my trial environment. Here under billing, go to licenses. As in my trial environment, I do not have Copilot license, and I hope you all know that Microsoft is not at all providing any trial license for Copilot. Okay, so you need to purchase that. So once it is purchased, you can see that license must be listed here. The available license must be listed here, and how many licenses are assigned. For example, this is your Copilot license. So select that license and click on assign license. If you want to make group based licenses, so you select the group. And if you have made any group, let's say you have made a group for Copilot. So select the group. Okay. And then you would be able to add that group. So all the members who are added to the group, license will be assigned automatically. If you want to make user wise group assignment, so you need to click on assign user, select the user, like let's say it is for employee 1 and click on assign, and the license will be assigned. Just to cross check, you can go to active user. For example, if user is complaining that he is not able to access the license, so you can go to user wise, search for the license, like if it is for employee 1, click on that user, go to license and app, and here you can see the license which is available for that user. So I have just assigned this license, Microsoft Power Automate free. Similarly, you can just cross check if the Copilot license is assigned to that user. So you have both the option, go to the billing and license and assign the license, or you can go to particular user and assign the license to them. So organization, they should consider implementing some best practices for managing Microsoft 365 Copilot license. So it is very important for admins to review the usage of Copilot. So Microsoft 365 usage report, it shows that how many users in your organization are using Microsoft 365 service. You can run a usage report in Microsoft 365 Admin Center. You can see that users who are actively using Microsoft 365 Copilot license, right? Organization, they should identify that if any inactive license is assigned, they can revoke and they can allocate to other productive user. You can regularly review the trend to right size license. Let me take you to my admin center. Here you can navigate to reports. So under admin center, click on reports. You have adoption score and you have usage. Let's click on usage. Now here you can, let's say you have Microsoft 365 Copilot. So under report, select Microsoft 365 Copilot. Here, as you can see, total prerequisite license and user on an eligible update channel. So you can track your organization's available Copilot license. Microsoft 365 Copilot chat. There is no active user who is using Microsoft 365 Copilot chat. As we do not have license in trial environment, so we do not have any active user and on. Now let's try for other application. Let's say it is your Microsoft 365 application. So now here, same way you can check for Microsoft 365 Copilot, the activation for how many user it is activated, right? Office activation for mobile application across the platform. This is for desktop client. Number of usage with assigned product license and user who activated them. So you can see for only one user it is activated. Here you have the username, product license, activation on Windows computer, activation on Mac computer. Okay, so you can have the detailed report of all the application. Okay. You can also remind user to use Microsoft 365 Copilot to maximize the value for the use for the license. Like in the users, let's say you have observed that I have assigned 10 license to my user, but out of these 10 users, only 2 are using it, but other 8 are not having the utilization. So you can remind that user that, hey, we have assigned this license to you and these are the benefit and this is how you can use it. You can share some Microsoft 365 Copilot use cases. You can provide some trainings so that they can easily start working on these applications. Okay, you can provide you can plan some training programs that is going to teach your employee how to optimize Microsoft 365 Copilot features. Okay, you can monitor all these usage report adoption of Copilot licenses. We can easily extend Microsoft 365 Copilot capability, as this Copilot is what? It's an AI powered tool and it keeps all your user in a flow of their work. They are already using Microsoft 365 applications, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, Team, right? And it offers knowledge such as email, chat, documents, and that user is already having permissions to access for the same. So Copilot can easily extend its ability. You can customize and extend Microsoft 365 Copilot with more knowledge and skills. Developer, they can extend Microsoft 365 Copilot. They can build Copilot agent. Like for example, in your organization, you have some custom requirement. You want that Copilot should be able to use the custom knowledge, skill, and process automation that can be integrated with Microsoft 365 Copilot. These Copilot agents, these are composed of some custom knowledge. For example, some instructions, some grounding data, okay, some skills. For example, some actions, triggers, workflow, and it include proper planning, learning, and escalation. Additionally, as a IT administrator, you can configure appropriate Copilot connectors in Microsoft 365 Admin Center and in Power Platform Admin Center, where you can expand the knowledge which is available to all the user in their tenant. There are different connectors available, and these connector respect the data access limitation, and that is from the knowledge source itself. Organization across industries. They all are like now wants to have the ability of Copilot. They want to deploy it in their organization system. So to assist organization in these efforts, Microsoft has created Microsoft 365 Copilot Adoption Playbook, where you have step-by-step implementation guidance that can help administrators and business leaders drive Copilot adoption. And this playbook, right, you have it will give you some actionable step where you can just quickly become an AI powered organization. It includes some key questions like how do I give the first Copilot license to? Like, who is the user I should assign the first license? Where can my organization get the most productivity gains? How do I get employee up and running quickly? When will I start seeing business result? What are the ways to measure the impact of the same? So first, you have to get ready. This step include how you are preparing your organization for Microsoft 365. So here as a admin, you can ensure that uh, that there is a secure collaboration with Copilot, right? And it also very important to reassure that employees that with if they are using any private content, any sensitive content, any data that is very protected. And in this respect, Copilot is similar to cloud connected services like email, right? They are already using it, which is very safe. Like when you are accessing Outlook emails, you might have observed that communicating over the email it's so safe, right? So you can encourage your team to continue following your organization existing best practices that is already established by your IT department. And these best practices include using SharePoint site, managing the permissions, and using sensitive labels. Now, the second step, you can maximize the business impact, right? Here you can look at the current usage trend. That is what where you are um, where you are like what is the overall licensing deployment strategies you are following, right? So Microsoft recommend that uh, some licenses like in 2 3 areas you should use. Okay, you can look at the current usage trend. Your heaviest users of Microsoft 365 product, they're actually using all these application in their day-to-day life like Word, Excel, PowerPoint, emails, OneDrive, SharePoint site. So you need to first start with that. Okay. So when deciding how to implement Copilot, you need to identify the business issues. What are the pain point you need to focus, right? So each team should have a clarity, defined goal or specific use cases for how they are going to plan and implement Copilot. Then create an AI council, as many companies are forming cross-functional AI council, right? So Copilot can be a helpful, very helpful for getting your AI council. Okay, and it can be a great way to secure early AI wins in your organization. Ensure that your organization implements Copilot from a technical SharePoint standpoint. And this team is responsible for rollout, providing onboarding support, as well as managing feedback and compliance. Now coming to second phase, onboard and engage. This step include in this phase is designed to accelerate Microsoft 365 Copilot usage and engagement. Now, here the next step you need to follow is to create Copilot user community. One of the best way to drive AI adoption is through peer learning, right? Which really create a dynamic knowledge sharing ecosystem. Let me give you my example. So I was the first person in my organization who have started with Copilot. So my organization has provided me the related training, the related platform where I could, understand what is this Copilot, how I can use Copilot in different application. And then I was provided the license. I have started using that license. Now, as I was the first person, I could give training to other user in my organization who are going to have Copilot license along with their M365 license. So this is what the peer learning. As already I have provided the training, right? And as I am trained and I'm using Copilot, I can help other colleague to understand how they can start working with Microsoft 365 Copilot. I can share my feedback, I can share my experience, right? This is what it is going to like how I am going to help other, right, to understand the capability and the usage of Copilot. When you are creating a virtual space for users to connect and discuss their experience, this is really a great place to start building, right? It means you are sharing your knowledge. Like in my organization, we have created a group, a common group for all the users, the potential users who were like my organization was planning to assign the license to them. Okay, so as I was already using, so I have shared my knowledge to other colleagues. So later on, there were two users in my organization, they were working with the Copilot. And then we too prepare some document, we have some use cases, some example that we shared with other users in my organization. So this is how we are creating a system where we are like kind of a peer learning system, a group learning, a virtual space where we are able to share our knowledge, our experience and use cases. So how you can do that? In this step, you can create a team, a group. They can discuss the goals, the best practices, the use cases, right? You can also use Microsoft Forms to log what's working and what is not, right? You can download Microsoft Onboarding Toolkit where you can uh, design some post that is going to encourage your usage across application. Now, the next step is to identify champions to lead the way. Similarly to your AI Council, your co-pilot champions are, and early adopters are key to driving wider adoption. Now, this group should lead by example, helping showcase the practical benefit of Copilot in their daily work. And plus, very important, that is a positive experience, which is going to inspire other user, creating curiosity and interest among the colleague and encourage them to use it. Like as in my organization, I was the first one. So I was kind of a like a champion in my organization to take a lead that yes, I have used Copilot. I am using Copilot. This is what I can do with Copilot. Like I have shared my example that as a trainer, how I am having the best utilization of Copilot. There are other teams which is working in my organization, like the sales team, marketing team, operations team, right? How I can help them, how I can inspire them, how I can create interest, curiosity, so that other team member who are going to assign the license, right, they can start working with Copilot. Like for example, sales team, I can give them some use cases, like if they have to interact with their customer, they need to summarize some, emails. They have to prepare the proposals to their customers, some personalized content. Okay, so how this Copilot can be helpful for them. For marketing team, how this Copilot can be helpful, like when they are planning for any campaign, what is the user interaction, how many crowd who have attended the programs, how many users have come up with some inquiry after the sessions. So how this Copilot will be helpful for them. Similarly, for the operations team, others team, there are some IT professionals. So I could give them some example use cases that could create interest and curiosity among them. Okay, so as a admin, you can perform some steps to identify Copilot champions and early adopters. Now the next step would be to make ongoing training the standard. When employee, when they can see immediate productivity gain with Copilot, it may take each user 6 to 12 months personally involve how they are using Copilot on regular basis. It's not just a task of one day, 1 week, or 1 month. It can take more like over 3 months, 6 months, where you can have, and when you are regularly using Copilot, you will, every day would be a new day to learn something new about Copilot. This is what Copilot can do. Okay, this is how Copilot can give me the result. This is how I can interact with the Copilot. Okay, like ये भी कर सकता है Copilot, ये भी कर सकता है. Okay, ये भी I can ask. Okay, this is how you can interact with the Copilot. It is going to take time, of course. The business leader, they should have some various resources, some guidance, and they can promote collaborative sharing of best practices. Now, the next phase, the third phase, where you are going to deliver the impact. It's kind of a quantify impact with Copilot dashboard. Microsoft Copilot dashboard is going to help organization. They can measure the usage adoption at every phase. This dashboard is going to provide information to help leaders understand where Copilot is adding value and where these strategies could create even greater benefit. For example, number of active Copilot users per application and the number of time key Copilot features have been used in these applications. You can meet with your AI council regularly. It can help you how you can support their efforts based on experience of early access program users, right? You can change can happen quickly with a Copilot implementation. And then next step, you can publicly celebrate success. Implementing any new tool, it can take coordinated efforts across multiple disciplines, such as be sure to take a pause and celebrate milestone that you have reached in your Copilot adoption strategy. And the last phase, where you are going to extend Microsoft 365 Copilot with Copilot Agent. Here, as your team gets better as using Copilot, now they want to be able to connect more deeply to business application. Like for example, as I have given you my example, we have initially started with Microsoft 365 Copilot capability, where I am using Copilot with Microsoft 365 application. But as I'm having the advantage of this license with my Microsoft 365 application, there are other platform I can start working with the same. Let's say I'm Power Platform expert. So I can use Power Platform, like I can use Copilot over my Power Platform, when I'm creating any application, when I'm preparing any Power BI reports, right? If my organization is using any modern business application, let's say ERP application, CRM application, sales, okay? So how we can extend that Copilot capability with these application? You can create agent in the flow of work. You can control and manage agent easily and optimize the role-based agent. So that's it for the first part of this session, first module. So in this module, we have discussed what are the prerequisites of Microsoft 365 Copilot, how you can start working with Copilot, assigning the license, right? How you can protect your Microsoft 365 Copilot data with security tools, assigning license, look at the usage of the same, and drive Microsoft 365 Copilot adoption throughout your organization. Anyone, any query, any questions so far? So whatever we have discussed, I hope it is clear to everyone. Can you all show me thumbs up? Charudatta, any question you have? You have raised your hand. Okay, others, can you please quickly show me thumbs up if all topics were clear? Should we move ahead? Okay. Charu, can you please put your hands down? Thank you. Okay, now let's move to admin center and let's see how we can initialize Microsoft 365 tenant. Okay, so when you are going to start with Copilot, first make sure that you are ready with a group you are going to assign the license with. So for that, I can take you to group. So I'm going to add a team, or better, I can create a Microsoft 365 group name, that is Copilot users. If you want to assign any owner, like let's say I have assigned admin Komal as a owner, add the members. Let's say I have user 1, test user 1 and test user 2. Next, if you want to add Microsoft team to this group, you can click on this option and click on create group. Now the group is created. Now select the group that you have just created. Okay, so if you want to have a detail, any editing if you want to do, you can do that. Now coming to billing, select the license. You can select in my trial environment, I do not have, but if you have any other license, select the license. In this case, I'm using, let's say, Dynamic Sales Premium license. Go to groups, assign license, find out the users, find out the group. Happen. Just give me a minute. Let me just check for the group. Teams. We create a security group because allowing me right now to assign the license. Let me quickly add a security group. Yeah. Now here I have the security group created. And you have assigned the license to new Copilot users. So you have created a pilot group. You are going to assign the license. Now this group will be the group where you are adding the users. You can provide the initial training, how they can start using Copilot, what is the usage, use cases, and when these group will be trained, they will start working. Now these group can be you can find that the champions, like the group who will be inspiring other group, kind of a peer learning environment you will be creating. Settings, organization setting, and here you can just search for Microsoft. Now under organization setting, You can search for the Copilot if the Copilot service is available. Like let's say Copilot for sales. Cannot open the panel. Let's say I'm going to open for no. Okay, let's select Microsoft 365 on web. Let's say you have Microsoft 365 Copilot. So you can do the related setting, open the service. If you have the Copilot license in your organization, you can select that service that will be listed here and you can make the required setting. By default, the Copilot option is enabled. Like for example, if I'm going to open Microsoft Edge, open bing.com and here for Copilot. And you will notice that for your organization users, this Copilot will be available by default, right? If they are going to open office.com, they are login with the organization account, they can see the Copilot chat capabilities is by default enabled. But if you want to disable that, you can go to admin center, go to the service and make the required setting. Got it? Now let's say if you want to give any personalized experience, okay, any customized experience to this Copilot for user group, here you can create the custom theme. You can add the theme and you can add the group where these themes will be applicable. For example, here I have selected Copilot users, okay, or let's say it is new Copilot users. Give the name to this group theme and save. If there is any logo you want to add, any color, specific color you want to mention, that you can do for them. Okay, so that's it from the first module. There are other modules to discuss. Before that, let's take a break for 20 minutes. Let's have a cup of coffee or tea and we'll discuss the other part after the break. Anyone, any query, any questions so far? Okay, so let's take a break. I'm giving you timer. Please strictly follow the timer and come back on time.
Guys, till then, please give your feedback on the given link and also please give Google review as well. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm back. I hope you all are there with me. Can you all please raise your hand to show your presence in the session? Okay, so let's start with the next module. So in this module, we are going to discuss how we can manage secure user access in Microsoft 365. So in this module, we are going to discuss different features which is provided by Microsoft 365 environment, how you can secure your user access. For example, you are going to set up the conditional access policies, multi-factor authentication, self-service password management, and smart lockout policies. So as when you are providing access to the resources in your organization, it is making sure that the access you are providing is totally secure. Yeah, right. An authorized user should only be able to access the resources. As organization, they need to ensure that that their company data is totally secure. By securing user access, organization can prevent unauthorized individual from accessing any resources or any potential misuse of data. When they are protecting users, it also helps them to maintain the privacy and integrity. So in this module, we are going to discuss and examine different options available like MFA, condition access policies. So when you're securing your user, it also helps organization to maintain control over IT infrastructure and application. Now let's see how we can examine the identity and access tool using Microsoft 365. Identity and access management portal. So here we have Microsoft Entra ID. In Microsoft Entra ID, you have unique feature that you can use to make your identity secure and safe, right? And Entra is a cloud-based identity and access management service. This is for Microsoft 365 environment and Microsoft other cloud applications. Microsoft Entra ID is based on the concept like single identity that a person can use across multiple devices, platform, and application. Some of you must be already having understanding about the Active Directory. So how many of you know about the Active Directory? Can you raise your hand? Anyone about Active Directory or who have worked with Entra? Anyone who have worked with Entra? Okay. So I hope you all know that when you are accessing Microsoft 365 environment or if you are working with Azure environment, you have inbuilt identity management service that is Entra. So when a tenant is set up, already the access to Entra is provided. By default, the free license is provided to every organization, right? Where you can create the users, you can make sure that user is provided an account and he is able to authenticate himself and able to access the Microsoft 365 resources, application, or Azure environment, right? So there are different unique features available in Entra environment that make sure that identity is secure and the access is provided is totally secure. You have Microsoft 365 Admin Center that is again going to help you out to manage your users, right? You can assign the roles, permission, you can assign the licenses, right? You can manage other settings, organization related setting. Okay. Here in Microsoft Admin Center, you have other links available that will take you to the other uh, portal to manage, like security portal, compliance portal, right? So if we talk about the Entra support multiple identity module means your users who is working from on-premises, like as I have said about the Active Directory. So Active Directory is what the local identity and access management portal. That is your on-premises server. So this server is what where your user can use the identity and password to access the on-prem resources. But the organization, if they want to use the same ID and password for user to access both the resources like cloud resources and on-premises resources. So you have Microsoft Entra ID where you can provide a secure access management for a hybrid environment where users are using the same ID and password for both cloud environment and on-premises environment. Microsoft Entra provide different other features like providing multi-factor authentication as in current modern world, we cannot trust only on the password as a way of authentication. So user required one more extra layer for the authentication. Like for example, additional OTP or let's say authenticator app. Okay. Then let's say one code, passcode from email. So you have different methods that you can set up in Entra and you can enable MFA for all your users. You can also set up authentication, access management on the basis of the condition. For example, if you are from a particular group, let's say for all your Copilot user, you want to enable, right? Or you want that all the Copilot users access application from a particular device. Let's say if it is only a compliance device, then only he should be able to access the resources. So these type of policies you can set up from Entra. Then you have other features like you can manage the security default. You have other policies that you can set up that will make sure you the identity is totally secure. User can sign into their Microsoft account from Entra ID, right? Now let me take you to Entra and we'll show you some features that is available here. So from the admin center, let's go to identity. So in my trial environment, I have E5 license. So I'm having Entra P2 license that is a premium license. So you have all the premium features available with P2 like identity protection capability. Then you have condition access policies, right? You have self-service password. So here first, let me take you about Entra, like where you can go to users and you can go to per user MFA. Select the user you want to enable the MFA for them. Okay, or you can select the group. Okay, and by using the condition access policy, you can make sure that the user from a particular group should be only going to access the resources if they are done with a multi-factor authentication. Under protection, you have condition access policies where you can set up the policies on the basis of condition. You are taking the action, whether the access should be blocked or the access should be provided, but on the basis of certain conditions. You can set up different authentication methods, like you have password protection. You can set up the authentication strength. Okay, so we'll come back to this portal. So you have the option available, that is single sign-on. So single sign-on allow your user to sign into multiple application and services with one set of credentials without without re-entering the same username and password for each application. So this provide different benefits, like it improve your user experience, right? They do not have to frustrate managing multiple password and the username. It also increase the productivity as they do not need to manage multiple password, which in turn save their time and efforts. It also enhanced the security and compliance by reducing the risk of password compromise, phishing, and credential theft. Microsoft 365, it support SSO for both cloud and on-premises application. Then you have PowerShell. So PowerShell is a scripting language and a command line shell which allow administrators and developers to automate the task and manage system and application. So PowerShell for Microsoft 365 is a set of PowerShell module that enable administrators and developers to manage and interact Microsoft 365 resources, like you have users, groups, licenses, contact, file, SharePoint sites, and much more. Then you have Microsoft Graph API. It's a web service that exposes the data and functionality of Microsoft 365. There are other services such as Azure, Dynamic 365, and Power Platform. So Microsoft Graph API, it allow administrators and developer to access and manipulate the resources and entities that are part of Microsoft 365 Cloud, such as users, groups, licenses, mailboxes, calendars, contact, file, teams, right? So Microsoft Graph API, it also allow administrators and develop to manipulate the relationship. It offers different capability, like you have consistent data access. It also simplify the integration and customization. It also enable innovation and creativity of Microsoft 365 and other Microsoft services. For users and organization, it is very difficult to manage the password. As a human being, if you ask with me, it is very difficult for me to remember the passwords, right? And especially if I'm forced to set up a strong password, as you might have observed. Now there are different platform and application where it is forced for users to set up the password where the length is, let's say, more than 8 characters. There should be one uppercase, lowercase, one symbol, and one numeric value. Just imagine the combination of all is the value that is at the end we are having. It is very difficult to remember. And generally, the users are having practice to use the password that is easy to remember. Let's say the name, any family member name, name of the organization, uh, the word password itself like is used as a password. So just imagine if it is easy for us to remember, how easy it would be for attackers to use that password to get access to your account. So Microsoft 365, it helps provide secure access by requiring user to sign in with a password, right? Like for the organization wide, it is very important to make sure that user are using the strong password so that there should not be any attack on their identity with a password guess or password spray attack. So you can set the password expiration date. You can make sure that after a particular time, like let's say after 3 months, after 6 months, user is forced to change the password, right? And plus, like let's say you wanted to ban some common password, so you can do that. So user would not be able to use the password that is into the banned list. You can make sure that user password is expired after a particular time period. It is necessary that as a Microsoft 365 administrator, you can reset the password for one or more user on the active user page. So you can choose like whether you want to assign a new password or randomly generated password. There is a one more option available, that is SSPR, self-service password reset. This option is enabled by default, where all the users would be able to reset their password their own. Like if they forget, they can reset their password. If it is not so, like if you do not want to enable it, you can make sure it is enabled for a particular group of users only. But it's good if you are enabling the SSPR because it makes sure that your users are always productive. Because when you, let's say, if you feel that user's password is compromised, or let's say if he feels like that his password is leaked or he has forgot, for that duration he is not productive, right? It is a waste of time because he need to ask help from the help desk. Someone is who is going to help to reset the password. Just imagine how much time it is going to take. It's better to let SSPR enable and let your user to manage the password. So here in Entra, you have under protection, you have password reset, where you can enable SSPR. Like in my trial environment, SSPR is enabled for all the users. If you want to select it for the particular group, click on select it and select the group which is required. There are different authentication method you can set up. For example, when user is going to reset the password, he need to authenticate with the multi-factor authentication. So user need to register. He need to register with authenticator app or mobile number or email. So when he is trying to reset, a OTP or one-time passcode will be sent to his mobile number or email or authenticator app. Once user is going to authenticate, then only he would be able to reset the password. Then you have password protection, where you can manage lockout threshold. Means after, let's say here I have mentioned 5. So after 5 unsuccessful attempt, user account will be locked and the lockout duration will be, let's say here it's 120 seconds. It's up to you. You can set um, the time period, how long the user account will be locked. Here you can mention the list of banned password and user would not be able to choose that password. Okay. Once it is set, you can enforce the setting. Let's move on. So the next is conditional access policy. So condition access policy is like if then is statement. If user is from a group, if user is using a particular type of devices. So here when you are going to provide Microsoft 365 Copilot license. So if you have any specific condition to set for them, you can do that. For example, you want that user who are from Copilot user group should go for multi-factor authentication or should only be able to access the cloud resources from a particular type of resources. Now let's say what actually happens. Let me pick my marker. Let's say user is from Copilot group. Here I'm talking about the group. Let's say my first condition is user should be from that group. Let's say if user is from Copilot user group and when he is trying to access the resources, you have set up that they should go for MFA. So they are require MFA. So when they are done with the MFA, they would be able to access the resources. If user who is from any other group and they are not forced for MFA, they would be able to access the resources. But maybe other users, or let's say you have mentioned that user is using only organization node devices or the compliance devices, then only they should be able to access the resources. Let's say if user is using his personal device and using Copilot capability, his access will be blocked, right? So this is how this condition access policy work. Now let me take you to Entra portal. Under protection, let's go to condition access. And here, set up the policy. I'm creating a new policy. Here I'm setting up my, let's say MFA for Copilot users. Select the users in the scope. It says Copilot users. Select the target resource. Let's say they are using Office 365 applications. You can configure the condition like if there is any risk, any user risk, sign-in risk, insider risk, or user is using particular device platform, like for example, if they are uh, accessing it from Android devices, right? Then they should go for MFA. I can also make sure that user should be able to log in from the trusted location. If not, his access will be blocked. So I'm only keeping up a device platform under access control. I can grant access but require MFA. Enable the policy. And my policy is created. Now what will be done? Any user who have provided the Copilot license, if he is trying to access Office 365 group from Office 365 application from mobile application, he need to go with MFA. If he's accessing from laptop, then there is no problem. He can only use a password and access the resources. Next is pass-through authentication. So pass-through authentication is what, like when you have hybrid identity setup, right? So Entra pass-through authentication is a feature which can help enhance the security of the user who is accessing M365 environment. It allows you to enforce policies like MFA, condition access policies for the user who are on-premises, right? So you can extend the capability of Entra to even your on-premises users. Then implementing MFA. So implementing MFA, like we have just used conditional access policy to set up the MFA. But you have an option to directly implement the MFA as selecting the per user. So only the related user, like let's say my organization wants that Komal is using Copilot license. So we should enable MFA for Komal. So when I will be using any services, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, I will go with MFA. Rest other user in my organization, they can only use the ID and the password and they can access the password. Now, as the authentication factor, it may be something that I know that is like my password. Okay, something that I owe, like my mobile device. For example, the notification will be sent to my authenticator app, mobile application. Or it may be something that you are, like your fingerprint, your biometric. There is one more way, like for MFA, that is what the passwordless authentication. It also removed the fatigue to remember the strong password, where user do not need to use a password. He can directly use the passwordless authentication option, like only by authorizing from authentication from authenticator app, user would be able to access the password. Then SSPR. So I have already explained the SSPR that enable your user to reset their password their own. So they not need to require help from the help desk or IT help desk, right? So when you are going to set up the password, user must first authenticate their identity first time. Okay, they need to register any method they can use, like uh, mobile phone, office phone, any security question, any alternate email address, right? So if user forget the password, he can reset on the sign in page. Entra Smart Lockout feature I have just discussed, that was available with password protection, where after a particular unsuccessful attempt, user account will be locked. Then the security default. Security default is really a very interesting feature available in Microsoft Entra. This is the feature which is by default enabled from the Microsoft when a tenant is set up. This is for organization they have just started with the Entra and they do not know how to start. Okay. So here when security default is enabled, it is giving you a basic security for all the user and application in Entra. And it makes sure that all users are going to authenticate with MFA, include all the admins, right? But it is very important that when you are going to set up the conditional access policy, you need to disable security default. So when an organization enables security default, the system automatically enables some features like enabling MFA for all the users, block legacy authentication, require user to register for MFA, and require administrator to perform MFA, and protect privilege activities like access to the admin center. Now, organization who are using free tier of Entra licensing, they can enable this feature. Organization they are not using condition access policies, they can use this feature. And the organization who want to increase their security posture, but they do not know how to start and where to start. So this is the best option for them. Organization like IT admins and administrators, like they're responsible for knowing how their IT environment are performing. Microsoft Entra Admin Portal, it provides admins with access to three activity log. The first one, that is sign-in log, where you can have information about sign-in, how users are accessing the organization resources, where you can check that whether the user sign-in was interrupted, it was successful, whether the condition access policy is applied, MFA is applied, or is a single factor authentication. Audit log will give information about the changes applied to company's tenant. For example, if any policy is updated, user or group management, right? And the provisioning log, where you have a list of activity which is performed by provisioning services. For example, creation of any group in ServiceNow, or if a user is imported from Workday. Let me show you the sign-in report. Under users, all the user you have sign-in logs. So here you can see, like for every user who have signed in, the application he has used, what was the status, whether it was successful or failure, IP address, location, condition access policy was applied or not applied, and authentication, whether it was a single factor authentication or the multi-factor authentication. Yes, Ankesh Pandey, any doubt you have, please mention in chat. You have raised your hand. Yes, Venkata Swami, if you have any doubt, please put your query in chat. Any doubt, any query, Ankesh or Venkata Swami? If you have, please mention in a chat. So by using these reports, you can have a look. The user, if he is complaining that, hey, I'm not able to sign in, what is the issue? Why my sign in is failure? So you can just cross check in this report, and you can just look into the issue. Okay. So in this module, we have discussed about condition access policies. We have discussed password authentication, MFA, password management, smart lockout, security default feature, and the sign-in logs. Now let's move ahead. And in this module, we will discuss how we can manage permissions, role. It is also called a role-based access control. Okay. So here in Entra, you have inbuilt role available. Okay, so you can use these role, you can assign these role to any user, and every role is having some role setting or some permissions. Okay, role is what, like for example, I want a user to manage my security portal. So when I'm asking him to manage, I need to assign him some permission. What he can do there? Is he only going to view all the reports, view all the logs, or I'm also giving him permission that, hey, you can manage the logs also. You can manage if there is any incident created, right? Any user, I'm also giving him permission to set up some policies, to work with devices, to work with Defender for Cloud, to work with Office 365 security policies, and so on. So every role is having some set of permissions. So Microsoft 365, it comes with set of administrative role. And when you assign these role to any user, you are assigning these permissions. So in this Microsoft 365 Entra environment, you have different role, not only to role to manage your M365 environment, but also for the Azure environment. So here you have some built-in role available, and you have some role that you can create if it is it need to be customized. Okay, that is what custom role. Let's say uh, the inbuilt role is having 10 permission, like there is a role for system administrator. And as system administrator, the person can add a user, manage his setting, edit the properties, change the password. Let's say only you want to pick two permission out of these 10 permission and assign it to a user. So you can create custom roles. It is only have some specific need and requirement. And then you can easily assign these rules to any user or to group. With role, there is a scope. Like, let's say I'm giving you, like, this is a school, let's say, and you are a monitor. But what is your scope? You are a monitor, but only for a particular lecture. Like it's an English class, and your scope is that you are a monitor and you can mind the class only for the English lecture. This is your scope. Second monitor, that is a class monitor, and he is managing the class for all the subjects, right? There is a head girl or head boy. So his scope is to mind entire school students. Similarly, in Entra, you have a scope, whether you are only assigning these roles or permission for entire directory level or only limited to a group, any admin group, any business unit, or any management scope. So you can always limit the access. And there are two types of assignment. When you are assigning the role, you can directly assign and immediately user can start accessing it, or the indirect, right? Where user are part of group, you are assigning the access to the group, not directly to the users. And when user is added to the group, he is have that permission. So user is an indirect assignment, not the direct one. There are two ways you can make user eligible for the role, or user role is active. If he is eligible, means role is not activated. As per required only, role will be activated. Let's say, let me take you to the admin portal. And here I have so here under Entra, you can see I have inbuilt role available. Let's say it's a password administrator. So here, under description, you can have the summary of this role and the permission you are assigning. With this role, user has permission to reset the password of all the users, read basic property of all the resource, read members of admin unit, read owners of application, right? These read device membership. So all the settings are available. All the permissions are available. Okay. So when you are assigning this role, you are giving all the permission to that admin. And for every role, there are two types of assignment, active and eligible. Once it is active, means immediately the role will be activated. Of course, you can control how long this assignment is activated, whether it's for 6 months, it's for 3 months, or it's on permanent basis. Same way, if you're making person eligible for this role, eligible means he is eligible but not activated. He need to activate every time when it required to activate the role. For example, I need to manage the password of all the Copilot users, but only as per their request. So what is the need to activate the role 25/7? No. Okay. So I'm only going to work with this role when it's an office hour. Let's say my office hour is 9 to 5. So this role should be activated only on weekdays, not on Saturday, Sunday, because it's not working. So I need to activate the role every day in the morning, or maybe today we do not have any request to change the password. So I do not need to activate the rule, activate the role, right? Maybe there are some sensitive role that is having some higher permission. So you can also set up that user should ask for approval, whether they can activate the role or not. Okay, so that all is available with role and access management capability of Microsoft Entra. So if you want to manage the role, you can manage the role across Microsoft 365 ecosystem. Administrator can manage role in different places, like you can manage it from Entra Admin Center or from Microsoft 365 Admin Center. You have Defender portal and Microsoft Purview compliance. So Defender portal is having some role that is especially for managing the Defender portal and same for the compliance portal. Let me show you quickly. The Entra I have already shown you. Now let me go to Admin Center. Here you have roles, role assignment. So you have Entra ID role. You can see that. These all are the Entra ID roles. Whichever the role you want to assign, like it's a um, application administrator. Right now, it is only assigned to one user. That is my test user. To add a single group. And these are the permissions. Here in Advanced Center, you have role specific for managing the Exchange portal, for Intune, and for billing. Let me take you to security portal. So you have a specific role available to manage this portal, like security administrator role, right? Same way you have Purview portal to manage the Purview roles. So here you have under permissions, you have role is specific for Entra ID, for Defender portal, email and collaboration. So you can explore these roles. Okay. Same way, let me take you to my compliance portal. And this is your Purview portal. Here you have under solutions, sorry, under setting, roles and scope, and these are your role group. These are the role groups specific for Microsoft Purview solution, like compliance administrator, Purview administrator, e-discovery manager, insider risk management, and so on. So I have taken you to Microsoft 365 Admin Center. Now, these are some best practices when you are configuring administrative role, right? So when you are managing the role, when you are planning, it is very important to give the least privilege. Least privileges means that you are granting your administrator exactly the permission required. We have discussed and give the least privilege. Like when you are assigning any role, make sure that all the permission you are assigning is really required for that role. Okay, let's say you are allowing any user to manage the incident, okay, in the security portal. So why that user must be assigned other role he can perform in the security portal? Only the related and specific permission should be assigned. One of the principle of least privilege is says that you should only grant access to specific time period, right? As I have given you example, like as a password administrator, that role should not be assigned 24 by 7. It should only be assigned for the specific hours. Or let's say a role should be assigned for, let's say, for 3 months, 5 months. After that, it should be expired. If needed, you can reassign it. But make sure it is not assigned for the permanent basis. Okay? And make it for limited time period. You need to turn on MFA for all your administrators. Why? Because these identities are the privileged identity. Because you are assigning some privileges, some extra permission compared to your other user in the organization. So you need to turn on MFA for all your administrator. So in that case, you have, I suggest you make a group of all the admins, create a condition access policy, select that group. Like in our case, I have used Copilot users. You can use admin users and MFA should be enabled. So automatically MFA will be applicable for all the admins. When you are providing access, you need to keep an eye whether user is using these permissions or misusing these permissions. Is this access really required or not, or it should be taken back? So here, access reviews can help you out. Okay, so as access reviews can help you to review administrator access regularly and make sure that only the right people is having the right access. Let's say you have assigned the Copilot license. Only assigning the license is not enough. You can have a review that what is the performance of this group. Are they really using this license or not? Right? Same way you can do it for the roles. You can limit the number of global administrator. Make sure in your organization you have only 2 users who have assigned a global administrator role. If it is a large organization, you should keep it only to 5 to 8. That's it. As global administrator, it holds the entire kingdom, I must say. So use this role wisely. You can use group for intra-role assignment. If you have any external governance system, then take the advantage of groups. You can assign a owner to role assignable group because the owner can decide who should be added or removed from the group. You have a specific admin role to manage the specific environment. Like, of course, you have a global administrator on top of all the roles, but you have a specific role to manage, let's say, the SharePoint, the security portal, Teams portal, Exchange portal. So you have a related administrators use that role to manage that particular environment. As global administrator role cannot be used to manage all the environment. So always have a follow the best practice to assign the specific administrative role to the user so that he can perform the related action and manage that portal. If an organization does not have any in-house administrator, then you can outsource that. Now, when you are outsourcing administrators to Microsoft partner is referred to in Microsoft 365, and that is known as delegated administrator, right? Now, to accept the delegated administrator offer, organization should complete some steps. Now, here, just keep one thing in your mind that that administrator is not from your organization. You are looking help from outsider. These are outs, you are outsourcing that. Now here, when you're going to outsource, you need to send the email invitation. You need to open the email message from the partner and read the term of offer. You can select the link to authorize the agreement under delegated administrator. You need to accept that. And if delegated administrator offer came with a trial subscription, create a trial or subscription account. When you are using role group in Microsoft 365, as you might have noticed, I have created a role and assigned the, I have created a group and assigned the role to that. It is suggested do not assign the role to the individual user. Why? Because it would be difficult for you to manage. It's a good idea. First, you are creating a group that require the same access and then assign the role. Now, in future, if that user is not the part of your organization and his account is removed, immediately the permission will be taken back. And let's say user is moved to any other project and that role is not required. You just need to remove it from the group. There's other permissions that you have will be taken back from the users. You have different built-in role groups available. You can use that, or as per requirement, you can create the custom one. As I have discussed you about the scope, right? As I have given you the example of a school or class monitor. If you're giving him permission, but the scope is only for the particular class, for the particular subject, or for the school level. Same way in Entra, when you're assigning the role, is it for applicable for entire directory, entire organization level? Imagine if that admin identity is compromised. All the user in the organization is on risk. Let's say if it is the role of password administrator. So he has a permission to reset the password. Now, that time, if that password administrator identity is compromised, all the user in your directory, their passwords will be on risk. So you can follow the zero trust principle, that is assume breach, where you can make the group of the users, make the segments. For example, this is my college, right? Here I have different departments: School of Business, School of Engineering, Security Team, and Executive Team. So in place of keeping one password administrator to manage the entire college, it's better to create a group of the users, add the related user, and assign the password administrator role to manage only a particular department. Like here, I have one user admin, license admin, and help desk admin for managing School of Business. Same I will do for other departments. So if any case, if any user is compromised, only the related unit will be on risk. Rest other users are safe. So as administrator, you will be having time to manage that, and you can save your environment from the damage and make it limited. You can manage SharePoint's permissions, right? So that you can make sure that overshading of data is prevented. Here you can make sure that the SharePoint site uh, that is having some sensitive information, some important information, you can prevent it from searching. Okay. You can remove some unnecessary SharePoint sites. You can block the download of the files as following some policies. You can make sure that site content is only accessible to the site members. You can restrict accessing to anyone or to everyone. So only either the internal user or only the specific set of users are able to access the SharePoint site. You can manage the SharePoint permissions. Let me take you to SharePoint. Um, Admin Center. The SharePoint Admin Center. Go to Active Sites. Pick the site that you want to manage. Let's say Copilot users. Go to Setting. Here you can make it private. External file sharing. Only people in your organization, you can make it restrictive. Under membership, you can add the members, site owners, site members. Okay. And you can add the related members only who would be able to access the site content. Let me take you to another site. Let's say it's the learning and development, under site setting. Here you can manage the setting, other settings related to the search setting. Back, right? You can just explore other settings available that you can configure. Back. Here in Entra, you have privilege identity management. Privilege identity management will help you to manage all the privilege identity. Let's say if you want to manage any privileged role and you want to make sure that this role is only assigned for a particular time period, and when user is going to activate the role, he should go for the permission. And if is he is allowed to access that, if the approval is provided, then only the role will be activated. So all the settings can be done with the Entra privilege identity management. Let me quickly take you the privilege identity management. I'm going to Entra. The privilege identity management is a feature that comes with the premium licenses only. Here you can go to Entra roles, go to roles, select the role that you want to manage. Let's say it's the application administrator. Go to the setting. So here you can edit the setting. I have configured some setting like by default it was for 8 hours. So I have made some setting like if this role will be activated, it should be only for 4 hours. And here, if I want, I can activate MFA. So if user is going to enable the role, he should go for MFA. And here I have mentioned require approval to activate. So here I want that when user is going to activate the role, he should ask help. He should ask approval from the admin. Next, Here under assignment, do you want to allow permanent eligible assignment or do you want to allow permanent active assignment? If not, you can uncheck that. So it will be only accessible for the limited time period. Like here, this role will be automatically expire after 1 year. Same if you are assigning permanently, it is only activated for 6 months. So in case of permanent, it means this role is activated, but not permanently, but it is for 24/7 for 6 months. And here, user is eligible for 1 year, but only eligible means he need to every time uh, request to activate it, right? For 1 year, he is eligible to activate that role. Whatever the setting you have to make, then make it update and the role will be applicable. Like here you can see Kiran, who is added with the role at application administrator. She is only eligible. The role is not permanently assigned to her. If I go to active assignment, there is one user who is assigned this role permanently. And this user is only eligible. If you want to remove, just click on remove and the role will be taken back. So in this module, we have discussed about the role and the permissions, how we can manage the permission role group in Microsoft 365 environment. Anyone, any query, any questions so far? Which record you are asking for, Venkata? This record I couldn't get. Are you talking about the recording of the session? Recording of the session will be accessible, right? And the related update Shubh is going to give you about the recording, how it will be accessible. But this session is recorded. Okay, so yes, microfile, yes, micro enable access file can be accessed, it can be shared and updated on SharePoint. Yes, it is. Any other question, friends? Any query so far related to the role assignment, related to the privilege identity management? Okay, so let's move ahead. Okay, so in this part, we are moving ahead and we'll discuss about how we can deploy Microsoft 365 application for enterprise. So in this module, we are going to discuss how we can implement Microsoft 365 application for enterprise productivity suite for both user-driven and centralized deployment. So Microsoft 365 application for enterprise. It provides users with the most up-to-date Office product and enable them to maximize their productivity. Let's say your users who have provided Microsoft 365 Copilot license. Now here you have to make sure that all the applications are updated. So here administrator they have a choice that how they want to install the application for enterprise suite across their organization. So here as a administrator we can examine that how users can self-install Microsoft 365 application for enterprise. It also provides instruction on how organization can prohibit self-service installation. How you can enable Microsoft 365 application for enterprise installation if the user has an appropriate license. With a default license of Microsoft 365, the system immediately update the Office product. So Microsoft 365 application for enterprise. So when you are having Microsoft 365 license, organization has the package of different application. You can say the um, productivity suite where it includes all the productivity application, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, OneNote, Team, right? The Microsoft 365 plans can also add subscription of Microsoft Visio and Microsoft Project too, as these applications are not the part of Microsoft 365 application for enterprise. But user can download them like Microsoft 365 application for enterprise by turning them on and off in admin center. You can also create self-service installation of Microsoft 365 application. User can run self-service installation. So in user-driven deployment, Office always stream from the internet to computer by using click on run technology. So user have an option to download these application and they can start using it from the desktop application or directly from the web application. When you are planning for M365 application for enterprise, it is very important to consider some obstacle, right? That may prevent your user from successful installation. Like they may have lack of IT expertise, right? Or any bandwidth limitation they may face, or user without local admin right. So they need to click on run deployment requirement where user must have administrative right to the local computer. Some organization where they are providing organization owned devices, user may not be having admin right and they are restricted to install the application their own. So Microsoft 365 include a global Office downloading set that control the downloading of mobile and desktop application for all the users. So you can prohibit it all the user from installing application for enterprise. You can deploy Microsoft 365 application for enterprise with Microsoft Configuration Manager, right? So in the management deployment, the IT administrator first download the Microsoft 365 application, right? So here you can also use Endpoint Manager. This is the solution that you can use to manage all your devices. If your organization is already using Configuration Manager, Microsoft recommend upgrading the current branch and use it to deploy Microsoft 365 application for enterprise. You have an option to deploy it from the cloud. Like organization can deploy application from Office Content Delivery Network by using Office Deployment Tool, right? Then you can also deploy it from the local source. So in this case, you need to perform some steps to deploy applications for local sources. So when your organization is planning to deploy it from the local sources, it must first download the software to a shared folder or to the local network. Deploying Microsoft 365 application from cloud, it requires 5 of 8 steps used to deploy it from the local sources. So these steps are already mentioned. So they need to perform these steps. So when you're deploying Microsoft 365 application for enterprise, here you can use it by self-service installation, configuration manager from cloud and from the local sources. You need to manage the update. Unlike the traditional installation, these releases do not include separate security fixes, right? So during the update process for existing installation, the client run a delta comparison between the current update and the updated bit. It is only downloaded, and what is the difference? You can compare that. There are different updating options, like you have automatic, you can automatically update from the cloud or automatic from network, or you can run setup.exe file. You can also explore the updated channels for Microsoft 365 application. So one benefit of Microsoft 365 Enterprise is that Microsoft provides new and updated features for Office application. So as an administrator, you can control that how often the user in the organization can get these new features. There are 3 primary update channels: currently, monthly, and semi-annual. So in the current channel, it provides user with the newest Office feature as soon as that is ready. But once it is monthly, the monthly channel provides user with the new Office features like each month. And Microsoft recommend this channel if organization only wants to receive one update per month. And semi-annual, as Microsoft recommend this channel for those who select devices in organization that need extensive testing before rolling out new feature. Let's say the organization may require testing to follow regulatory or other business requirements. In this case, they can go for semi-annual enterprise channel. To manage these cloud applications, you can use Microsoft 365 Admin Center, as it provides you some modern management capability in the cloud. So Microsoft 365 App Admin Center, it gives you insight, different features that is going to support you for the app management. You can add Microsoft 365 application for enterprise to Microsoft Intune, right? So you can use this admin center to manage all the applications. You can deploy it for enterprise using the security default option under enterprise security. Now let's move ahead and focus on implementing Microsoft Purview DLP policy. So as when your users are starting, they have started using Microsoft